certainly in no rush to press further into our lands. I'd wager the spies' primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied, while they work towards our annihilation. This would appear to be substantiated by Ishtola's analysis of the Tau's influence on ethereal currents. Based on her observations inside the Tower of Zod, the spires siphon ether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for this task alone. That excess of ether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it is not being harnessed for our benefit. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if it was being redirected to the larger spire in the capital. There is a logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, we'll bring their schemes crashing down, along with their infernal towers. That's all well and good, but what would you have us do? I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way. We want you and your scales to join the Ilsabard contingent. Consider it an official request from both the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. For the people of Garlemald. I don't really like any of these answers, to be quite honest. I don't want to do it for honor and glory. I don't care about the people of Well, it's not that I don't care about the people of Garlemald, but it seems weird to say that. And revenge? Let's just take the first one. Couldn't have put it better myself, I guess. Stola, Thancred, and Urianger have already pledged their support and are on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive you would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily for all involved, their prediction was correct. Once you have delivered the warding scales to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Ilsabard. Rauban and Lord Aymeric are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourselves known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs and the like. Without it, the cold will do you in before the Tulothroi so much as draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now go, safe in the knowledge Eorzea will be as you left it, or better upon your return. Let's go to Garlemald! Finally! That hype music though, holy shit. Wow. The sage weapons are a little bit difficult to look at sometimes. Wow. Speak with Rauban in the Alamigan Quarter. That's where we're supposed to go. It's interesting. So I suppose we are actually visiting Garlemald first, and that's gonna be the third zone right now, correct? Maybe I need to make myself some coffee. Definitely want to go for at least another 2 more hours or something. Wait a second, where are they? Ether currents, right? Labyrinthos and Thavnarian, yeah. Still the same as before. Still mind-bending to me that an area like Labyrinthos is actually the first one in this expansion. This just shows you how, like, mind-bending this is going to be. Alright, off to the Alamegan quarters we go. Well, you know what? I should have probably... well, then again, I'll change the Ratzatan Aetheryte to the favorite location as soon as I can register that Aetheryte. What's she doing here? Oh, right. Let's see, the tower should still be here, correct? Where was it? There it is. That's actually, you know, considering how frickin' huge that tower was that we defeated. It's quite something seeing it so far away, right? It's very windy here. I don't know. I mean, Alamigo, it looks pretty cool as well, but just... I don't know. It never gave off the same feeling of being an actual city like Ratzatan did. Still loading in, I think. Yeah. Quite a lot of people here. Holy shit. Why are there so many people here? It's such a long cutscene. Interesting. Emmerich! Ah, fancy meeting you here. I trust our mutual friend is settling into life as a scion. Collaboration never was his forte. The moment the fighting ended, off he'd go, like a gale cat swept up in a strong breeze. But rest assured, he'll always be there when you need him. Probably. Okay. If Emmerich asks after me, say I'm getting on fine and leave it at that. Don't you dare breathe a word about the cord. Okay. I must quiz Thancred and Urianger on the conditions we can expect in Garlemald. I know it's cold, but how cold? Will I need to keep my ears covered? I can be a bit sensitive at times. Oh, Graha. I'll admit, this is all rather daunting, though not quite in the way I was expecting. We'll be standing shoulder to shoulder with our alliance's finest. The best of the best. The warrior of light and, well, me. Silly, I know. Perhaps this is my way of distracting myself from the part I should be worried about. Marching into Garlemald. You know, I'm quite looking forward to seeing who's been selected for the Ilsabard contingent. I have a few people in mind. Care to make a friendly wager? Oh, right, other people are coming with us, huh? It's not only gonna be us. Ah, the wondrous return. You've been busy bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warding scales of yours are what's made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Aymeric be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we have seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. And just between us, there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Ilsebard contingent. The very suggestion that we sent out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid unto the Garleans has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Can't please them all. Sadly not, though I do my best. Truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side charging into the fray. Alas, I've battles of my own to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Aymeric's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is the peace of mind from knowing yours is in safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Ilsebard, I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. It's going to be complicated. Thank you, both of you. Because I'm not so sure myself that this is actually the best idea. Or rather, it's probably the best idea given the circumstances, but it's still an incredibly challenging task. We meet again. Gaius! Are you coming with us? Much has occurred since we parted ways in Verlet. From what I gather, the protective talismans you obtained led to the formation of this expeditionary force. My contribution on this occasion is but a minor one, that being the information I have shared with Maxima. For the sake of the people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side. So you're not coming with us? That's a shame. Strange. I thought you'd have a stake in this. I do. The Telothroi have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But though every note of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone will place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varys and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Ilsebard contingent, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former legatus and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Well, that is true. That's a shame. Whether I am branded a villain or hailed as a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. We will deliver your people from harm, in your stead. For what it is worth, you have my gratitude. You and your comrades have the strength and courage to deliver my countrymen. I'm certain of it. In light of Gaius's rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. Might I ask you to escort our friends inside? So Maxima's coming with us. You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two. And if I don't see you again ere you depart, may the Fury guide and protect you. All of you. This is going to be a very, very, very interesting expedition. It's a 525, 40 Ps. I neglected to mention earlier that we received a report from our troops that may be of interest to you. While engaged with a lunar primal, a great worm swooped down from the skies above and came to their aid. This worm, as described, was the spitting image of Tiamat, which seems she too continues to wage war against the Jolofroi. Interesting. Once we've seen the contingent on its way, I will return to my duties here in Alamigo. As many of our most capable will be traveling with you to Garlemald, we who remain will have to fight that much harder to make up the difference. But let no man say I do not welcome the challenge. This old bull isn't ready to hang up his horns yet. So Tiamat is fighting on her own. Interesting. Like Gaius, I too stand accused of Varus' murder, though I am rather less recognizable on sight. Still, it's something to bear in mind once we reach Garlemald. So that's Gaius Belsa, the horrors he must have seen. Many of his own making, I do not doubt. Yeah, they certainly are. With the knowledge that our allies will hold the line in our absence, we may devote our attention to the Ilsabardian front. I suppose it's easy for some people to forget there are civilians in Garlemald too, and the only Imperials they've ever known are soldiers. Regardless of how my countrymen receive you, the cold will not treat you kindly. Underestimate it at your peril. Should have probably packed some warmer clothes then, but yeah, I'm not changing my outfit. Best of the best. Oh! Maxima would have you meet your Neutralian companions. This is rather exciting. The other members of the Ilsabard contingent are gathered in the royal palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you are ready. Oh, do I have to... The remaining members of the Scions, your friends and most of the Ilsabard contingent await you within. Would you like me to see you through? Yes, indeed, I would like to. This is probably going to be really, really interesting. I'm rather looking forward to exploring Garlemald. I wonder how big of a party this is actually going to be. Sounds like a rather
12.
Large group. Whoa!
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
I recognized a lot of those people.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose.
All right, this is a lot more than I expected, actually. This is an actual, like, troop, right? Not just a small party of travelers.
We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilsabard contingent.
Are those black mages from the guild? I think they are, right? And then the Lalafell in green is from the monk quest line, and then there's Pippin, Lise obviously, one of the seed seers from Grodania. I think on the left those are from the Lances and the what's it even called? They're not bards before that. Bow Guild, whatever thing. And then on the far right is the one of the sons of Edmund de Forton, and the one from the Machinist Guild. They're all coming with us? This is quite the party.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
And she's also there. I really like where this is going.
Lucia.
Hello there. Long time no
I have come
see.
at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end.
Right. I almost forgot. She is Garlean. Obviously, she would want to come on this mission, yeah.
We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
That we shall do.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
I mean, if this party doesn't find it, then nobody will.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention.
That's so cool! How many people are coming with us?
Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must.
Arun Senna.
I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation, here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer. We shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort. Of course, with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands. Raya O sends her regards, by the way.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Wait, I know you.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hillfear to send his best, and for whatever reason... Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughingstock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but the promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do.
Right, well said.
Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy.
Wait, did they even... Those in the back? They are from... Are they from the... I don't recognize all the faces.
Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Glad to hear that.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. But then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest. If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Tarapin and I will be leading from the front.
I love how
it's been
they've
some time
done
since I
this.
last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya? The Avatar of Destruction?
Are you
With
actually
comrades like
hiding
these, I
behind
know
this
we'll
card?
succeed, no matter what awaits us.
That was the best move.
And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
Oh god, I love how they've done this. That they actually put in all of the, like, job trainers and class trainers and... Oh god, that's well done. Holy shit.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead.
That's true.
Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa.
Pleased to see you.
There is another awaiting introduction.
Lord Emanolain!
Ah, yes. Emanolain de Forton, at your service.
He doesn't look too pleased with
lest
this.
there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that.
I think that's a brilliant plan. Well, maybe.
But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
Yeah. Sure, buddy. May your graceful prancing lead the way to victory.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honohua with my tales of daring-do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Oh god, who's that?
Out of my way, you preening fool!
I knew it! Of course they would come! And the Bastions as well!
For coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as the steppe is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy!
Alright, calm down there. There's no tower here.
No. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
Yeah, Thancred's smiling at that.
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth.
I mean, we've still assembled quite the party, for the fact that apparently a lot of people refuse.
They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Gaius bloody Baelsar himself is working to help rebuild Wurlid, a nation he once conquered.
True. We've actually built many bridges, haven't we?
So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy. But we're all determined to make this world a better place.
Hear, hear.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garlond Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers.
This is like a real war meeting, right? I'm so for this. This is so brilliantly done.
From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us, so it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
Wow.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
Wow. This I did not expect in my wildest dreams. And all of the, again, like the class quests and, oh, so many people. Such a great way of doing this. And also with the voice acting, with everybody being voiced. Oh, such a... This is just incredible. Everybody is here. Wow. I wonder, I don't know, do you think that a few of them just don't appear if you haven't done the corresponding quests? But then again, I think that... There definitely isn't everyone here. I don't know. Allow me to express my deepest gratitude for your role in liberating Bostia. Me and my countrymen owe you more than we can ever hope to repay. Now that our dream has finally been realized, Basjalin has seen fit to send a few of us to join this expeditionary force. I hope our skills will be of use. I didn't expect Cyrena to come with us. I'm glad to see you well. Grandmother was worried for you. The night I agreed to come hither and join the contingent, the gods sent her a strange dream. 2 suns. One burning red, the other frozen black. Closer they circled, closer and closer, and as they danced the world fell to ruin. In blinding chaos, she spied blackened silhouettes, and knew at once that one was yours. What? What? Who's the other sun? 2 suns, one burning red, the other frozen black. Closer they saw, closer and closer into the... Is that in reference to Xenos? Is he somehow part of Azem too? Wait, is Xenos like the rest of Azem that we're still missing? If that's the case, that would be insane. I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense. Yet we knew not how to interpret this dream, save as a sign that great danger awaits. But whatever lies ahead, I will walk with you, traveler. Traveler? That is indeed a very strange dream. I care not for the Iron Men or their troubles. It is the destiny of the weak to die in ignominy. Even so, I will do as I have agreed. I volunteered to join this band at Serena's request, and if she thinks it's a worthy cause, that is reason enough. Though we hail from different tribes, our bond has grown strong of late. She is much better company on a hunt than any of the steppes Oldfish men could dream to be. With the Maul, champions of the Nadam, and the Dothal having sent so many here, I had thought to defend the steppe in their absence. And I would have done so were it not for my step-brothers. They urged me to grant our allies the sun's might, that his radiance may deliver them unto victory. Though I must tolerate the presence of this feral Dothali dog. As first among my brothers, I could do no less than accept this challenge. My deeds will become the stuff of legends. This is quite a lot of people. I was half expecting to find the man who taught me red magic amongst our number, but he's nowhere to be seen. I suppose he's had his share of unpleasant experiences with the Empire, but so have we all. Perhaps there's some other reason. Oh, wait, what happened with the Red Mage trainer? I don't quite recall, actually. Didn't he... I don't remember. What did he do? Didn't he sort of sacrifice himself for the girl that we saved? Because she had some black magic in her or something? Well, in any case, I have a feeling I'll see him again once this is all over. I'm sure he'll be pleasantly surprised by how much my swordplay's improved since we last met. I've been part of joint military operations like this before, and with far greater numbers. But for some reason, this feels very different to our previous experiences. It does indeed. Despite having shared little more than introductions, there is already a palpable sense of camaraderie. There is indeed. This is extraordinary. To be in such company, the finest our allies have to offer. With comrades such as these, we are bound to succeed, I'm certain of it. I did not expect to see the other former Azure Dragoon here, of all places. As he well knows, I am not one for verbose greetings. We shall instead let our lances do the talking once we are on the battlefield. Then we'll see if the other has been diligent in his training. Alberic? Right, that's the Dragoon trainer, right? Our prowess has finally been recognized by the Order of the Tornado. Naturally, Gyrilot is also here helping us. Whilst his ability as a bard is unmatched, I do worry about his judgment. However, you need not. I shall be keeping a close eye on him, I promise. I can't lie to you. I wasn't entirely for this whole thing when Sanson spoke to me, but if it means being your brother-in-arms, then who am I to pettifog? I shouldn't be so hard on him, I suppose. This bard unit is quite impressive, really. Yes, one must give credit where credit is due. Rather uncouth for one to do otherwise, after all. Sure. In case you were wondering, Eshiva will be staying behind to defend the Twelveswood with my sisters. She was of the opinion she would make a useful addition to our contingent, and was eager to make good on her vow to accompany me as well, which was flattering, but ultimately it was decided that her skills would be better put to use keeping our homeland safe. I am, of course, obligated to share with her every detail when I return. Alka-Zolka! Greetings! The time has come for us Marines to show our valor upon the battlefield. All who see us will know of our name and quake before our might. To victory, come hells or high water. Until the Empire fell, Gaelians were the only ones we was allowed to impose tariffs upon at sea. Weren't easy pickings, but I made myself a pretty gill. Since they've been so generous to me and mine, perhaps it's time I returned the favor and gave a little something back. It's an interesting way of looking at it. I'm here representing the Marauders Guild, and it's my job to keep the Smiths out of harm's way. Mind you, with them hammers of theirs, they can put up a fair fight themselves. With a bit of luck, this will be over and done with afore you know it. Maybe when this is all over, you could pay the Axe-Master a visit. He still tells all the new recruits about the time you killed Kujata and avenged that boy's parents. I remember it like it were yesterday. Yeah, it's been a while, hasn't it? Or at least, I don't know. When did I do the Marauder quests? Must have been about 3 years ago? Something like that. Often has father told me of the struggles faced by Alamigo in the days of their occupation, and I too have crossed swords with the Empire on many occasions. Though Garlemald has long been our bitter enemy, Her Grace has elected to bolster the Ilsabard contingent with members of the Immortal Flames. As representatives of the Sultanate, we are one in our commitment to the cause. We came as quickly as we could. We follow your example and devastate the Telorphoi with full extent of our powers. Worry not for your brothers. Busi, we will return soon enough. It seems so long ago we were sailing across the Ruby Sea and charging about the Alvin Steppe with Serena and the others. I'd say you were overdue for another adventure. It brings back memories to see so many familiar faces. We've been through so much together. Good times and not so good. I expect Garlemald will be mostly the latter, but I'd like to believe we will look back on these days more fondly in the years to come. But for that to happen, we'll have to make it out of this alive. Don't you die on me, eh? I don't plan to, and I hope nobody else does. I've led troops into battle many a time, but never a unit with such a diverse range of talents. While I've been briefed on their capabilities, I expect you could provide additional insight into their strengths and weaknesses. I'd appreciate any advice you may have. I'm so glad I found you. I for you a letter from Master Hammond. Let's read it together, shall we? Now let's see. I've every confidence that your fist shall bring the Telorphoi to their knees, and should you espy any beautiful maidens thereabouts, perhaps think to them my praises. Charming, master. Well, more fool me for thinking that letter would contain something actually inspiring. Let's just, forget this note exists and focus on the battle ahead. It is so great how they manage to actually, those things, obviously you don't, I wouldn't immediately remember what all these quests you've been through in the game are about. I mean, there's literally thousands of them, right? And still, if they're referenced like this, you definitely recall, oh, yeah, that's the guy, right? And that's so great that the game can do this, that there's literally hundreds of people that you recognize. I cast my lot with the Popularis to bridge the divide between Garlemald and her territories, that all may be united in common cause. But we were disparaged as a radical element, the centers looking to destabilize the Empire from within. Many friends and even my parents perished in unfortunate accidents. I too would surely have met the same fate had I not defected. Nevertheless, I still dream of equality and peace for us all. As the world itself stands on the brink of collapse, I hold out hope that one day that dream will become reality. That is indeed a fine observation. Well, if I'd known what a social gathering this would turn out to be, I'd have dressed for the occasion. Still, this seems the perfect opportunity to mingle with the other guests. Would it be correct in assuming those ladies over yonder are Serena and Sadu of the Steppe? Perhaps I should introduce myself, though I don't much like the look of that fellow with the enormous axe. Oh God, please don't do that! If it isn't you, 'tis thanks in no small part to you that the manufacturer's future is looking brighter than ever, my friend. I am pleased to report that I and a handful of my colleagues have been selected to join the contingent. Ere the expedition has ended, even the Temple Knights will be singing our machine's praises, once they have borne witness to not only our mechanical proficiency, but our combat prowess too, of course. Let me have a look at you. A touch nervous to enter the battlefield, perhaps? Well, I shall be out there alongside you as the Temple Knight serving with your fine van. Though I may not look like it, I was the Azure Dragoon once upon a time, so you can rest assured I will give all that I have in the coming fight. Certainly won't be shown up by you or Estinian. I have close ties with the scouts of the Eastern Alliance and the various resistance groups, and they're an absolute joy to work with. Blessed are we to have many counter-steadfast allies, over our journey's course. Indeed, we are joined today by many new acquaintances, who in time shall we come to call our comrades, and may have friends. Alright. Talk to everybody. Let's do this. Besides the delegates assembled here, the Amalja and several other tribes offered to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climate of Ilsabad. They would also likely prove tempting targets for abduction by the Telofroi. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defenses in Eorzea, though their eagerness to do more has been noted. We few shall have to suffice. Ere we embark, we must distribute the warding scales to our comrades. Care to do the honors? Oh, I have to talk to them again. We heard it would be cold in Garlemald, so we came prepared. Oh, the talismans! We are to keep these close at all times, yes? I will see that no one misplaces theirs. Ah, before I forget, I have a message from Hien. In distant lands, in times of strife, together stand, together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. I hope I have done his words justice. Doma, like much of Ulthard, has been plagued by the towers. Yet while he could not be here, he wished to express his shared conviction. He and Yugiri labor without rest to unite the people, and with their aid will we keep the enemy at bay. And we of the Steppe and the Eastern Alliance will repay their efforts by ending this war. Alright. Yes. So these are the famed warding scales. Enough for me and my men, I see. I myself am especially grateful for this opportunity to visit distant lands. I wish to follow in the footsteps of Master Artoa and learn all there is to learn of this star we call home. Indeed, that is the primary reason I volunteered to join the expedition. To journey outside the Twelveswood, much less enter into Imperial territory, is a rare privilege afforded as Padja. Not that I'm tagging along to see the sights. The Garleans would benefit from my healing magics, as would our comrades, should fighting break out. I hear you've got something for us. Indeed I have. Ah, them scales everyone's been talking about? Pretty little things, ain't they? Reckon they'll be worth a gill or two when this is all over, but we'll hold on to them for now. One more thing. I know what you're all thinking. Why didn't they send Ainzar instead? Bucket if I know. All the Admiral and Captain Hilfier told me was they needed someone to help safeguard the future. And here I am. Can say they haven't got a sense of humor. Of course, some of you might be wondering what a good pirate is on dry land, in the middle of the southern snow of all places. Well, me and my crew will do whatever needs doing, so let's set sail, or however the saying goes on airships. That is a set of warding scales, I spy. Not that I would know what they'd look like. Wow, look at these. Even a layman like me can tell they're bursting with ether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves? Is that the right term? Anyway, these will give us one less thing to worry about, which just leaves the other mountain of whatever else is waiting for us in Garlemald. Only one way to find out, eh? Nervous or not, I'd march through all 7 hells if it gave me a chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. I'd imagine so. Warding scales for the Asgardian delegation, I take it? Many thanks. These talismans may prove to be the deciding factor in the battles to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlemald, sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, only to throw in my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. And now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. But that is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Aymeric. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. Oh, Maxima gets the last one. Do you have a warding scale for me too? Of course I do. Thank you for this. and for going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice, if I may. You have been told by many to wear the coat of Ilsabard, and I cannot stress enough that this is no token warning. I will be distributing specially made warming tinctures, courtesy of the Alchemists Guild, but understand that they are no substitute for proper protection. I leave the provisioning of said protection to your discretion. Now, let us proceed to the Alamegan Quarter. While you make your final preparations, I will have the pilots ready the airships. Why are they talking about clothing so much? Do we get a debuff if we don't wear warm clothing, or what? That would be incredible. Wow, that was some meeting. Since my revival, I've been lax in expanding my limited wardrobe. I think we have time for a quick trip back to Old Charlian. I recall a rather fetching coat. Preparations. I've got my armor and my lance. What more could I need? Okay. If you've anything you still need to take care of, you'd better see to it now. This coat is quite warm, but I have something rather thicker for occasions like these. There's no telling how long we'll be out in the open, and we can't go starting fires willy-nilly if we want to avoid detection. Concoctions to fortify the flesh against wind and cold are commonly sold in the Uldan markets, though they are of dubious provenance and efficacy. 'Tis said, however, that in recent days the Alchemists Guild hath produced a tincture capable of such a feat. Mayhap the achievements of their Thavnarian counterparts did spur them to action, that they not be put to shame. Why are they talking about this so much? Is there truly like a debuff or something if we don't have proper, clothing or what? It's something of a constant refrain that we require warmer clothing. Our present garb may be lacking, fur collar notwithstanding. Fur collar? Alright, yeah, sure. Well, I don't think that you'd actually need warm clothing, otherwise I suspect that they would send you somewhere to get something, right? I hope. My clothing is warm. I'm wearing very warm undergarments. This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. You needn't worry about Ariange and I. We still have what we wore in Garlemald before. Stinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since he spent a fair bit of time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise, I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. If only I had time to find something to my liking. Of course, Ishtola. The cry of science in need of a tailor, I hear. What? And once again, this music. Oh, that was Tataru. Oh, whoops. But how? I have my ways, oh yes indeed. You thought you could sneak off to Ilsabard without telling me? Ha! Nothing escapes my notice. Now you will wear these garments I've made for you, whether you like it or not. You never cease to amaze. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, Seely. It's all in the name of fashion, rather the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? It's actually a fair point. I did have one other thing to share. Ergmus and Bloomweeder have finally returned from assignments in faraway lands. They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while to keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. Since they'll be running things back at the headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Sharlayan? Oh, why not? You can keep trial company in the Baldassian Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there. And I heard Ergmus and Bloomweeder did a fine job carrying on in our stead while we were lying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, we've nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also, while I'm confident you won't go collapsing again, because a certain someone who shall remain nameless isn't in a position to transport your souls to another world, if anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I'll be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way to Sharlayan. I really do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. So that's the mystery box that the quest has for us. So we get new clothes from Totaro. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you, other than pray for your safe return, which I will, every day. Let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer. Here are your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly. Ooh. It does look great. I guess I'd need to be going back to Gridania real quick. If I want to put that on. I think I want to. I mean, I like my robe, but I can change back to it once we... Let's do this quickly. I mean, it's quite easy to return to this place, right? So... This is going to be interesting. I really don't know what to expect of this particularly. I guess I also need a die, right? Let's see here. It only dies the code itself anyway, and it's already black. Wait, let's see here. Well... Wait, is it currently blue or what? I think I want another charcoal gray dye, right? I think that would make sense to have. I need to... Let's get the charcoal gray dye real quick. I just don't know, do I want to do a second glamour plate with this? I mean, I guess I could. Although you can change in the field either way. Don't really want to glamour it manually either, I think. I mean, I guess I could. Now, glamoring it manually would be bad if I do in fact want to do Paladin side quests or something. Alright, you sell these, right? Charcoal gray dye. Let's take one of these. Let's see what we can do about this. So the problem is that the glamour I currently have, I'm still wearing the body piece of that. So I'd have to change, like I'd have to, if I wanted to change the glamour back, I'd then have to put back the body piece into the glamour dresser. So I think what I'm going to do is just do, use another glamour plate. I hope this works though without, like, are the other pieces still gray? Otherwise this will be really annoying, because then I'd have to go back to the marketplace. I mean, it's not a big deal. This is the most important mission of all, having good glamour. But again, I was wondering why they were talking so much about, you know, having warm clothes and some such. So, yeah. That was why, because the Taro would give us new ones. I think my body's getting a bit tired, but obviously I want to see what Garlemald is all about. Alright, let's see. So there is one free space because I wanted to put the robe that I'm currently wearing back into it. So for this one, I think I actually would want to put another one back out. So this is my old glamour, which I kind of want to still keep at this point. And then I have the silly glamour, which this one is not really all that important, right? I could just remove this. Alright, let's see. Let's just get the same pieces on here. I fear, though, that they're probably not dyed, fortunately. Where is it? Yeah, they're not. God damn it. So I need more charcoal green dye. Let's see, what are the ones that I'm currently wearing? These ones, right? Shadows gloves casting on these ones, and these ones, correct? Let's save this real quick, and then wait a second. The White Ravens, Shadows, yeah, that's correct. This one. They are here. So I need 4 charcoal grey dye. And then I also want Alright, it doesn't show any of us. Once again, this is gonna prove especially difficult. Let's put this back to all, I think. Monk Samurai. I mean, they don't look too bad, but I think let's just put these back into the inventory, and then I can put this one here, and then I put these ones, I don't know, down here, so that I don't accidentally desynth them. Right. And then I can edit the glamour plate and go to number 9 and put the coat. Where is it? North Sea coat. I mean, I guess. Interestingly enough, that's, not dyeing these 3 pieces actually fits this outfit better. In terms of color. Let's actually go with this. I like it. Alright. Let's repair. Ooh, I can extract materia. I didn't even see that. Actually doing some preparations. This is interesting. Ooh, everything's at 100%, almost everything. When did that happen? Probably after the dungeon, I guess? Alright, and then let's put on this glamour. I think I like it. Yeah. Definitely something else. And just a cool thing, I think. Yeah, these, I can clean my inventory later. I mean, that's why I cleaned it before, right? So I don't have to do it now. And as I said, I'll probably then also look at my retainers and look over what they are doing at some point. Alright, so no dye that I need to do. It'll automatically glamour over the other glamour plate. That's a bit unfortunate. I could link. I mean, yeah, that's not a... Wait. Oh, right. If I'm in a spot where it doesn't apply glamour plates anyway, then it's not a big deal, because it won't glamour over this glamour anyway. And if I'm in a spot where it does glamour over it, I can just change it back. Right. So I don't have to change anything there. Alright. Let's do this. 2 Golem Malt. I think that's the first time almost ever that I've actually not immediately accepted the next quest in the main story. It does make sense though. I mean, to be quite honest, I always wanted to do like a winter glamour plate, because that's sort of the one thing that really adds to immersion, I feel like, if you're actually wearing warm clothing in very harsh and cold climate. Oh, somebody else is wearing the same coat over there too. Is everybody else not here, or do they... Guess they'll come back out? A frosty reception. Tataru is desperately trying to retain her composure as she prepares to see you off on another perilous journey. Don't rub it in! It's hard enough to say goodbye to her every time. I'm told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Ah, there he is. Alright, this is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? Ooh, single-player mission. I modeled your clothing on what Alfino and I wore when we journeyed from Lord Horshavan's falling snows to Ishgard for the first time. In those days I barely knew one end of a sewing needle from the other, and as you've always had very individual tastes, I let you pick your own outfit. I'd like to think my skills have improved since then, but do you know what's more important than skill? Heart and soul. There's plenty to be found in each and every one of my works. That is absolutely true. The clothing you get from Tataru is actually really good most of the time. It's just unfortunate that sometimes it's hard to fit in with other clothing, or rather it doesn't fit every job, for example, but you know, I guess that's to be expected. I mean, I am wearing the garb we got before we started Shadowbringers on my Dark Knight. At least 2 parts of it, I think. Whew. Let's do this then. Let's go. It's an honor to finally meet you. We of the Garland Ironworks will be ferrying you and your contingent across the mountains and into Garlemald. For many of us, it will be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only our most notable imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal, and if there is aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. If you are ready to depart, I will ready the engines. We're on goddamn level 82! Upon boarding the airship, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view the scenes in their entirety. Whew. Alright. Let's see what this is about. Proceed. I feel like this is probably going to be a pretty stark introduction to Garlemald. With a lot of things going on, definitely. I always forget that Alamigo is closest, so it makes sense that we obviously...
Ilsabard, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly?
Wow.
On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius, winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
Oriange is wearing his cloak again. Graha, the stylish one.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they're led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
Okay.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Right, they're tempered. I almost forgot that. Like, obviously, they don't care.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
Yeah, they can't care.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How are we supposed to do that?
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
I really love how even the clothes are a callback of some sort, right? Oriange is wearing his old coat that he wore during the 3.x storyline. Lise is wearing her Alamegan resistance outfit. Really, really cool.
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Okay.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies.
What is Graha wearing?
As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Okay. Sounds reasonable. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Supply Depot. Whoa, what's he wearing?
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Ishtola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks.
Okay.
All right. Once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand.
It's a good plan.
The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Are we playing as Thancred here, or what's happening? Long loading? Yeah, we are. Oh. Threat awareness. Alright, let's see what we have. Nebula, take less damage. Solid barrel combo. So that's normal combo. Make your presence, masks your presence, making it impossible for most enemies to detect you and increases movement speed. Cannot be cast while in combat. Okay, Bewilderment Bomb. Throws a bomb that confuses the senses of guard dogs, neutralizing them. There's no effect on Imperial soldiers or magitech weaponry. Silent Takedown. While hidden, delivers an attack that neutralizes Imperial soldiers. When the target is magitech weaponry or guard dog, delivers an attack with a potency of 100. Can only be executed while under the effect of Swift Deception. Wow! So he's almost like a Gunblade ninja combination, I guess. Assuming there's nothing else you wish to confirm, we may commence the mission as soon as you're ready. Whoa! In the coming battle, you will fight as Thancred. You have two objectives. First, place explosives on the Imperial Magitech. Second, deactivate the frontline Magitech units via the control terminal. If the guards detect and pursue you, enemy forces will become more aware of the threat you pose, as indicated by the threat awareness gauge. The gauge will gradually fill until you defeat all alerted enemies. The gauge is completely filled, the guards will call for reinforcements and the mission will end in failure. Use Swift Deception to avoid detection as you go about completing your objectives. Oh, what is this mission? And this is just the first part of it. Let's just look at this, if it's there. I want to see what the success in this mission hinges on the following points. Swift Deception renders Thancred invisible and increases his movement speed. While active, enemy soldiers and Magitech will be unable to perceive Thancred's presence, even if they are within close proximity. However, it has no effect on the guard dog's acute sense of smell, and they will be able to detect Thancred regardless. Moreover, this action can only be used outside of combat. Will also be unavailable when Thancred attempts to deactivate magic fields or execute certain other actions. Thancred's Silent Takedown will instantly render a soldier unconscious, and can only be used while Swift Deception is in effect. Though it cannot be used on Magitech or Guard Dogs, utilizing Silent Takedown whenever possible is essential in clearing a path to your objectives. As Guard Dogs can detect Thancred even when Swift Deception is active, you can instead use a Bewilderment Bomb to distract them and sneak past unnoticed. Conversely, Bewilderment Bombs have no effect on Magitech or soldiers, so take care to choose the right tool for the situation. Holy hell, they've really gone all out on these, right? Let's do this. Yes.
Keep your wits about you. It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
So, am I supposed to sort of kill both, or take them down? I guess the Magitech Vanguard doesn't really... Alright, that thing doesn't notice me. This is really cool. Okay. That's wait. Is there a guard dog somewhere? That's some sort of sentry. Right, so let's set the explosives. I don't know if I can... I can probably just kill them as well. I mean, maybe I need to kill one of them? Wait, how do they move? Don't they move back now? I think I might need to kill one of them. Wait, can I destroy them with oh, it's just right.
7 hells.
Nice. Perfect. Alright. Let's wait for him to come back around. So threat awareness is 10, alright, so I can't... it doesn't reset. So I shouldn't actually engage in combat if I can avoid it. Good to know, I guess. Alright. This is gonna be more complicated, I think. Can I just... What if I... That actually did nothing. I don't know. I don't know how far they would be able to see. I mean, they're turning, so I guess I'll wait for the left one to turn. Then just move back. Can I wait for him? Does he turn though? Woof woof. Turn the other way. Wait, is this somehow... Oh, I need to throw it on the dog, I guess. So they've got down there. No use hiding, thus won't sniff me out. Luckily, I've come prepared. Alright. Guess that will suffice. Let's wait for that sentry thing to move. And then kill the other soldier. This is not gonna be that easy. There is another soldier here that I probably want to take out. I don't know how quickly they would be able to see me. Bye-bye. Does that thing see me? I don't know how far they're actually... It would be cool if they showed that to you, I think. Ooh, it's gonna be close. I need for it to go back. I need for both of them to go back. That thing will take a while. Perfect.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned.
This is such a cool mission. Holy shit, this is like Metal Gear Solid.
It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
Okay. This looks to be more complicated though. I mean, I can always sneak. That's not the problem, right? So at first I think I'll go back there where there aren't that many other... This is probably going to be the best course. Ooh, that thing is fast. Did not expect that. Why is that thing so fast? Right, let's see here. I can neutralize the guard dog, definitely. There are two, I think. Does that thing see me if I'm standing here? I need that sentry thing to turn around. Come on. What's moving someplace else? Nope, that's not a good idea. Ugh. This is gonna take... Ooh. Mm-hmm. Guess they're pretty much moving in the same manner, aren't they? I don't know if there's any other way I could approach this. There's a lot of sentries over there too. I could take out that soldier, I guess. That shouldn't be too difficult. I hope. Nope. That is in fact difficult. Alright, this is more complicated than I thought. This time I thought it had a different... I need to get to him now. Bye-bye. Alright, that sentry thing is really, really quick. So I need to take out that soldier as soon as it moves. The slasher. Oh, they're at 2. That's why they move so quickly. Didn't see that before. Huh, well that's going to be a bit more complicated. I can take out the dog from further away though, so... Oh.
Must be losing my touch.
That's not what I expected to happen. Whoa. At least one of them is dead now. Alright, so they actually... Like, you can't just take out the dog. They'll still just see you. That's unfortunate. Could try to take him out now. No. That thing's gonna see me. Alright, the slasher moved away. Where are they? So he's moving over there. The problem is there are 3 soldiers and then another slasher. I could just take out the slasher. I mean, technically I've got still enough threat awareness, but I don't want everything to aggro on me. I don't think that the other Imperial is actually turning their back on me. Although it would be quite beneficial to be able to go through the middle there. Bye-bye. At least he wouldn't be able to see me anymore. Well, the problem is that there are 3 Imperials standing there, and they're all looking at each other more or less. And while this thing's running around in the middle here, that also doesn't really help me, does it? That thing's still running around. I would need them to turn away, right? Like that guy over there. Huh. I don't know, the way they're moving... Now he's turned away. That was close. Way too close. I did not expect him to not see me, to be honest. Well, I guess you can explain that they're tempered. Correct. And him I can definitely take on. So now I just have to wait for that thing to run past. And I should be able... to do this. Perfect. Where is that control unit, by the way? Oh, there it is. Can't I just do this? Nice. That was quite something. I mean, I almost wish that they would be better at detecting you, but still, really, really cool mission. I mean, it's more about the immersion and the feeling of it, more so than the actual gameplay, but it was still, like, just a really cool thing.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
And actually, the threat thingy goes up a lot more than I expected. So if, what I guess, 8 things or something see you, so you definitely can't just run and dash through and kill everything. You have to sneak.
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
Just incredible. A few moments later at the rear of the Ilsabad contingent supply caravan. Such a beautiful sky.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but... Wait! Something's coming!
Oi, oi!
Period.
Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
This is gonna be fun. With that great music especially. What's this music?
Fighters! Protect the others!
Awesome music.
A brief respite, but stay alert. Keep the carriages safe.
All right.
What impeccable timing! Fear not, friends! The savior of Ishgard is here!
Okay, calm down, buddy. What was that? The savior of Ishgard is here. That was okay.
Display, but the other carriages are still in danger.
All right.
Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
We're the only ones still struggling. Time we put our backs into it then. I've been itching for a good scrap.
The music's so good in this. Holy hell. Such a cute, cool duty already. Alright, anything still alive? Oh, that thing. Well, how? Oh. Whoa! No chance. Bam! You don't destroy our carriages.
You all right back there? We're fine. I'm ready for more.
Nice.
Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide.
I didn't even see that we can also... we can already see the tower. Holy shit. That looks ominous. What a cool, like, way of going into Garlemald. Such an incredible duty. Meanwhile, on the front line.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, he's true in that regard.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
Guess Legatus is it a Legatus? I think so, right? Guess tempered as well.
That's Vigilia! Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them!
I was wondering when you'd turn up.
But I can't leave matters half finished there.
There's no stopping us now. Come on, let's show them what we're made of.
My magic certainly won't harm them. Just a few fireballs and Agmons. Nothing to worry about. Alright.
We have them now! Forward!
Let's do this.
Right! Let them have it!
As a raging bull!
What the hell is happening? What the hell did he just do? What?
That's her! Vigilia!
Do not fall behind!
Oh, there she is. Giga Tempest. What is Giga Tempest? How many people are there? I need to turn my camera out a little bit. Definitely easier to see this way. How many people are fighting with us? Such a cool duty. Ruination. Easily evaded. That it is. Absolutely agree with that. Resin ammunition. Bombs away. Oh.
Is everyone all right?
Yes, we are. Such a cool mission. Reinforcements. Whoa. All right. I guess they're like charging. That was close.
Kneel or die!
This is quite the fight. So much going on. It's almost a shame you can't really look at the outside or anything. Oh! She's doing that again, eh? Is she capturing them? I think she's capturing them. Oh. I almost didn't see that. Holy shit. Holy hell, there's so much going on, you don't even know where to look or what to do, or... Whoa! That was something. That actually... Yeah. That was pretty well done. So many different things also happening, right? First the, like, infiltration with Thancred, then the things with the caravan, and then a full-out battle at the end. It's just that it almost, like, there's so much happening that you don't even see the cool actions that your comrades are doing, right? Like with Sadu, or I don't even know what Pippin did. Was he doing, like, some warrior LB3 that actually did damage instead of being a defensive weapon or something? That was pretty incredible. That's quite the introduction to Garlemald.
A worthy adversary!
And the victory music as well.
Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death.
Yeah, about that, Sadu.
Sadu Hatun.
Oh. You will find your...
That was the last of them.
Comrades, sooner or later, I think, I hope.
The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan? Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
Yeah, that... Can you still call that a capital? I don't know. Does look very different to what I was expecting.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain.
Speaking about yourself in the third person.
800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here.
Why is it so dark?
Bested by the Kovosi, after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth. Freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. The chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution.
Weird how he did that.
How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed. Bitterly so.
Garlemald. Finally, we are here, and it doesn't look like anything we ever expected.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
Well, I fear that a lot of them are also just dead. Probably.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
That is, like, the tower is quite a bit bigger than I was expecting. Oh, my controller is dying. The Aetherite is looking very interesting indeed. This one almost doesn't really look depleted, more like it maybe has only a couple of etheric properties. Like it's not normal ether, but rather an abundance of, for example, the purple would suggest an abundance of lightning ether maybe in it. A bit unstable maybe as well. A base of operations, eh? Big marketplace. Does look like a rather harsh and unforgiving environment. It also doesn't look like the entrance to a big city, but then again, obviously, I think there's a big reason for that. I don't even know where to go first. Why is everybody standing so far apart from each other? Shtola's outfit is quite cool. Oh. Sorry, I'm feeling rather unwell. Why? You maybe shouldn't be standing alone under a tree out in the cold if you don't feel that great, Shtola. We must remain as mobile as we are able in such temperatures as these. I fear that if we stand still for too long, the ice and snow may freeze our very bones. Did we take the delivery Moogle with us, or why is he here? Let's see, I guess you're selling the 525 weapons. I feel like I've seen these before as well. They are definitely based on some other design. Let's see what this has. Oh! Wait, that's just the Idleshire gear again. Just with different colors. It looks cool. It would have made more sense to give them a bit of a like armor that is more protective against the cold, I guess. Or whatever. I travel around with the troops, purveying my wares wherever they go. I'm still setting up shop, but come back later, and I'd be happy to do business with you. Alright, I need to first progress the main story. Don't go shouting this about, but the truth is, during the occupation of Alamigo, I was an Imperial conscript. Still, for all the sleepless nights they've given me, my experience during those long, awful years might finally be put to good use. Right, I should probably be to the east, huh? Should be pretty close to camp, I think. I knew we'd find the capital in a bit of a poor state, what with the aftermath of the Civil War and a veritable army of darkness skulking about. This is just ridiculous. No one said anything about automated war machina stalking the ruins. Mind you, if anyone's brave enough to take them on, they should serve as a decent source of spare parts and whatnot. The machinists will be chuffed to bits. That tower looks ridiculous. I wonder if, like, as far as we've seen on the map, Garlemald always had, like, a big tower in the middle, right? So I wonder if that was it at some point? Definitely a lot of things going on, a lot of people at different places. So I imagine those are all going to be MSQ related things. Many of us took quite a beating in the Magna Glaciers. Glaciers? But we all helped each other hobble through the snow and wind, sparing nary a thought for which delegation we each belonged to. And now we're all firm comrades, through thick and thin. I'm the quartermaster here. It's my job to make sure the camp remains both well supplied and well maintained. Where did we put the airships, by the way? Guess inside somewhere? We've come too far, risked too much to worry solely about our own hides, but there is so much more at stake. We finally managed to set up camp after marching through all that snow. I hope that whoever lived here doesn't mind us using the buildings for shelter. Well, I have a feeling that whoever lived here probably has such a twisted mind now because of the tempering that they wouldn't even recognize their home, unfortunately. Gods, this place is cold. We have our share of chilly nights in the steppe, but I've never experienced anything like this before. So many NPCs to talk to. Greetings, Serpent Captain Percival. Oh, that's so cool that they refer to your title, right? If you wish to know aught about the current situation, you've come to the right person. Tell me about yourself. The name's Rochille from the Alamegan Resistance. When I was offered a place in the Ilthabad contingent, I leapt at the opportunity. If you're wondering why I'd be so eager to aid the people of Garlemald, the reason is simple. Like the rest of Giravania, my hometown, waypoint oft used by travelers, was under occupation. Times were hard. It could have been a lot worse if not for one particular Imperial. Although his fellow soldiers were quick to dish out a beating, he stood up for the townspeople without regard for his own reputation and safety. Thanks to him, my family made it to the end of the war more or less unscathed, and this is my way of returning the favor. What kind of place is this? This camp takes its name from the ice covering the ground that cracks whenever you step on it, much like breaking glass. To think that the Garleans made their home in this blasted wasteland all those years ago, and only live but thrive, has given me a newfound appreciation for their hardness and determination to survive against the odds. Hardness. Yeah, I mean, really seeing this place, I mean, now it's a bit different because of the imposing tower, but, you know, I do wish we would have been able to see this place when it was still, you know, active without war and just experience Garlemald in all its glory, I guess. Between guarding our supplies and keeping an eye on the Tempered as they undergo treatment, we're certainly kept busy. Oh, so we've locked them up in here, or what? Our comrades certainly haven't wasted any time establishing a base of operations. I mean, you certainly have a knack for fashion, Graha. I didn't actually expect that of him. It's not only the Tempered that need care. A fair few of our own were wounded on the Magna Glaciers. If only we hadn't needed to defend the supply caravan, a lot more of us could have joined the front line. I mean, at least we pretty much, I hope we made it without, you know, dead people? Should be long before we have a half-decent camp with so many helping hands. I was concerned the snow might hinder our progress, but our Guardian friends are used to working in conditions like these. In spite of the obstacles we faced, our plan proceeds apace. Just a little farther and we will reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose, we had to discuss a course of action with Lucia. Would you mind asking Y'shtola and Graha to join us in that building to the northeast of the camp? Alice and I will meet you there. such an interesting atmosphere. But before I ask Ishtola what's wrong with her, I'm actually taking a small break. Let's just wait here a bit with freezing Ishtola in front, and yeah, it's only be a couple of minutes, maybe 10 minutes or something, and then I'll be back, and we'll see how long it goes. I've been streaming for 14 hours now, so not that much longer, but I definitely want to sort of establish what kind of place this is and what we'll do moving forward, and then probably, you know, slowly wind down a bit. And I don't want to stay up too late, because I suspect that it's going to be very, very easy to log on tomorrow morning, you know, between 8 and 10 a.m. It's probably very easy to get back onto the server, so probably want to do that rather than, you know, risking waking up very late and then being stuck in a queue or something. So, let's take a short break, and then I'll be back. And we'll look at this place and what kind of a base of operations we built here, and also what's wrong with Ishtola. See you then. Alright, we're back. Let's get this last piece for today done. This is actually quite the beautiful picture. I mean, except for that Ishtola is obviously feeling unwell. Let's see what troubles her, shall we? A meeting. Yes, I'll make my way over once my head is cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with a palpable aura of malevolence. 'Tis the monstrous tower on the horizon, jagged, hideous, unholy. Even at this distance, its presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Zod, only far more terrifying. Ether flows unceasingly towards it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a few moments. Right, the ether. I mean, it looks... Look at that thing! That's like far worse than any kind of castle Ganondorf could have come up with. fact that we can be here at all is quite a surprise. I mean, then again, we do have the talismans, right? It's cool to see that a couple of people are actually wearing the glamour that Tataru gives them. I like that. Raha. You will be pleased to know most of the Tempered have been quartered inside the nearby buildings and are receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of time that has clearly passed since, one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sign of trouble, but it seems to me they left far too many useful possessions behind. Although there is no conclusive evidence, I strongly suspect they were tempered. Sorry, I was merely thinking aloud. You mentioned a meeting. I will make my way there. I mean, yeah. Especially this close to this tower, right? It's pretty obvious that everybody here... Although... There was a civil war before this, right? They didn't immediately just start with the tower and the tempering. I think there was a brief period before where civil war actually happened. Then again, it wasn't quite clear which parts of Garlemald were involved in that, and also... Well, the tempering could have been started around the same time almost, so... I guess that doesn't mean much, does it? Interestingly enough, I thought Garlemald to be a bigger place altogether, but I think... I mean, I'm not saying that it's small or anything, it's just... I don't know how to put it. These windows look really cool. The tempered soldiers are sleeping soundly while they undergo treatment. There are too many to attend at once, but I and the other healers will see to all eventually. Hells bells, this place is bloody freezing. I'd rather be tied to the topmast in a storm than suffer this cold any longer. Anyone what can spare a swig of rum? That'll sort me right out. Actually, kind of surprised you didn't take anything with you as a pirate. I guess that didn't fit into the supply crates, did it? Oh, Maximal Pippin. This is all that remains of Lateran. Homes become empty husks. If this is the state of the outlying villages, I dread to think what has become of the capital. We've asked the Ironworks members and some of our other comrades to stay with the airships. In the event we are discovered, we must be ready to move them swiftly to a safer location. Roban taught me a lot about military strategy during exercises in the fringes. Coordinating units with wildly different capabilities, surveying and securing hostile terrain, that sort of thing. Now I have the chance to put his teachings into practice. Virgilia is in our care, along with the rest of the Tempered. Glory to Garlemald, they still whisper in their sleep, even as they writhe in pain. We still don't really know what is actually happening, or rather why it is happening, and what the overall purpose of all of this is, right? Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. When everyone is here, we will begin. Oh, I forgot about the wind ether current. Whatever.
Our present situation is as follows.
Oh, that's a map of the... Oh, cool.
Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city. For therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroy's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations. Of course, I will require a porxie of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
That is a good point.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophoroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
You think so? It is a bit strange, right?
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmascian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
'Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That's true. The way I infiltrated, I think, the what was it? Weapon storage facility?
That leaves us with guard duty.
Sure. I'm all for it.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rime. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
Okay, sure. Extensive travels is something of an understatement, but I suppose if there's nothing else that needs doing. If there are any survivors, we will surely find them.
I have faith that you will, and look forward to greeting you on your safe return. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
I really like this feeling of establishing the space of operations, right? I mean, it is quite concerning that we're already so close to that tower, but I don't know, it's just the way they've set this up, the way we've gone to this place, you know, the way we've even started this whole party, this troop that we have here, and now again we're establishing the space of operations with all these kinds of like small struggles that need to be dealt with. Just feels so, I don't know, I wouldn't necessarily say realistic or real, but it feels very logical. Isn't really, I mean, logical is what I mean, but it's not really given enough credit, I think, to this whole thing. It's very well thought out, and it's, I guess, what I really like is that the story is actually putting, what's the word, emphasis on things that normally sometimes, especially in movies, sort of get thrown under the rug, right? Things that aren't maybe deemed entirely necessary to telling a story, but are cool details. And I think it's really, really good that they've kept them in the story, and that they, you know, they actually make you go through this and properly show you the area, show you what needs to be done, show you what your comrades are doing. It's just such a nice way of establishing a good sense of, well, the places that you visit and the people that you talk to, right? I think it also grounds everything, right? It makes everything a lot more grounded, a lot more, again, not real, because it's still sort of a fantasy story, but definitely a lot more grounded, a lot more thought through, right? Which is something a lot of entertainment media is sorely lacking. There's this odd perception that Ishgardians have lived their whole lives in the snow, but it really wasn't that bad before the calamity. And afterwards, well, I was really more than a few paces from a raging fire. This dreadful place, on the other hand, is nothing but cold, cold, cold. It's my understanding that Ilsabad has always been this way. Gods, can you imagine? Yeah, I don't... You should have known. I've never thought myself much of an explorer, though I suppose my adventures have taken me to all sorts of strange and distant places. With that in mind, traversing an ice field should be a simple feat. Gods be good. If it's this cold with Tutaru's clothing, I try to think how we'd fare without it. I must remember to thank her when next we meet. It makes me realize, too, that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them, and quickly. Yay, side quests! I do want side quests though, this place is incredible. And I'd imagine... I mean, again, it's not being entirely the same than it was in previous expansions, but I do think that we're thoroughly exploring this area. I think. Right? I think so. We'll probably actually explore this whole area, and although that would mean that we would actually be dealing with the main tower, wouldn't it? Emma is, as usual, milling about aimlessly. Poor boy. What ho, chums? Been given something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Sounds like rather a tall order. Oh, since you ask, we're to scour the Evelyn Rhine for survivors. What? Wander around ice fields on the off chance you'll find someone. would take forever to finish the job without the benefit of my expertise, or more specifically, my telescope. Come, friends, I know just the spot to begin our search. Wow, that is actually useful. I'll probably regret this, but we may as well humor him. Let's see what these side quests are. And look for the first wind ether current as well. What are you guys doing here? Searching for survivors? If they are truly strong, they will not require our aid. While you are gone, we will guard the camp against any man or beast foolish enough to challenge us. My duty as sentinel will afford me little opportunity to seek mine armor, though perhaps one among our ranks, come bearing a hot meal or such, will prove worthy. God. Standing atop an enormous edifice to cast their eyes down upon their dominion, these Telophroi and the Orinir have much in common, yet even Magna and his ilk would not stoop to stealing the minds of their subjects and enemies. When the time comes to storm the stronghold, I shall lead the charge, and leave naught but ash in my wake. Oh God. Most of the members of Lenti's Tiers and the Boston Resistance have joined the other scouts in the field, and since these and Pippin's troops are already keeping an eye on the airships, we of the steppe shall guard the camp against intruders. Though in truth, it is we who are intruding in these lands. Bear baiting. Just the person I was hoping to see. Might I interest you in a little hunting? It's bears I'm after. If you've never tried their meat, I'd thoroughly recommend it. They're far from the easiest of prey, though I dare say you've faced much worse. If you're game, here's the plan. First, we'll lure them out with this deer meat, which is also laced with sleeping potion. Then it's a simple matter of walking over and offering them in the manner of your choosing. What could be simpler? Here's 3 ample servings of prime venison. Be sure to let the concoction take effect before swooping in to claim your prize. The air may be chilly, but I've got some great deals on rare items that are sure to warm the cockles of your heart. All I ask for in return are bicolored gemstones. What do you say? Where's the quest? Oh. Your inventory is not full. I have an important task to perform, and by that I mean have someone else perform. I've been lumbered with the unenviable duty of keeping inventory of supplies brought by each delegation. Though weaponry and basic provisions have been accounted for, I can't say the same for what might be considered creature comforts. What are creature comforts? You see, even the most frivolous of things can make a huge difference out here in the frozen wastes, so I'm trying to put together a list of the luxury goods at our disposal. Seeing as you're on good terms with practically everyone here, better than me at any rate, perhaps you could help? Much appreciated. I've already sent one of my subordinates to speak with the Maelstrom, Temple Knights, and Alamegan Resistance. I need you to ask the remaining groups, namely the Twin Addis, Immortal Flames, and our Far Eastern allies. Any information you can bring me would be most welcome. Sure. Did I talk to you already? Kokobani, how many times must I tell you two to refrain from using magic around the Gaulians? For now, we must trust that the engineers will complete the healing apparatus in due time. Training is of vital importance, as it allows us to be ready at a moment's notice. Obvious advice, I know, but it's worth reminding ourselves every now and then. So any spare time I have, I spend in the betterment of my abilities. Oh, and on that note, listen everyone, train and train hard. Let's show our enemies that no freezing winds or icy hellscapes will break our spirits. See if I can do these quests first. So the ether current is northeast. That's actually a bit further away than I thought. Creature comforts. Well, we did bring a large shipment of tea leaves provided by the Carline Canopy. Mother Miyun and Fufuka both agreed that there's no better way to stave off the cold than a nice hot brew, and I can personally attest to that. We've enough for everyone, if they have a mind to try it. Cool. Oh, I think the ether current is actually close to where the story will take us. This is also cool, right? How the camp changes between quests. The Tempered are being treated here. Some of the allied nations' best conjurers attending to them, but it does not seem like everything is progressing smoothly. What's more, some of the Garleans are prone to violent outbursts from time to time caused by their condition, which is why we're here. Yeah, one thing that I'm a bit confused about, I guess, is how we're actually able to help every one of them. Because I thought that, especially here, where they're so close to the main tower, they would be pretty much gone. So far tempered that you couldn't bring them back anyway. I'm rather looking forward to hearing the songs of our comrades' homelands. I love a rousing melody, no matter it's from. Once the Garleans have found both their strength and their footing again, I shall ask to hear a song of their people, one that conjures visions of home. Yeah, and one thing that I also just thought about, we are pretty close to the tower. And I guess not close enough yet for them to be immediately tempered again. But wouldn't that still be a consideration? Whether or not they actually stay untempered? So up front, those are the ice fields then. The chicken belongs in the pot. How is he standing so weirdly? It looks strange. Let me see. Other than the usual material, we also have a number of tents donated by Lord Lolorito. A few of them have been pitched around the camp, and you might be interested to know they were woven by Alamegan refugees. We're all glad they found meaningful employment, and the quality of their work speaks for itself. We do appear, however, to have overestimated how many tents we would need, and find ourselves with a surplus of cloth. We soon discovered, however, that when folded up, the tent sheets make for surprisingly good bedding. I'd be happy to donate a few. Wow. That actually sounds really good. Nothing against my bed, but, you know, a good bed. Like a really, really comfortable one is just something really special. Did I already talk to you? I don't think so. Several of the Temple Knights are off on reconnaissance at present. We Ishgarians have seen our fair share of frost in the past years, so we are more than ready for this icy bout. The Hrothgars from Boscia, on the other hand, are having a devil of a time adjusting to these chilly climes. The warming stones we lent them seem to have helped, though. By the way, also something that I didn't really consider, right? So, the Seventh Umbral Calamity happened about 5 to 6 years ago, right? That's not that long ago. And before that, Well, Ishgard was in the north, but it had a much warmer climate, right? So pretty much everybody that's older than, let's say, 10 years, right? So most people, including all of the adults, wouldn't have really grown up in an environment like this, or a cold environment in general that's constantly snowing. That's something that you don't really consider all that much, right? Must be fairly weird for them as well. There's one thing that springs to mind. We brought several bolts of felt, which might seem a bit odd to some. Most people don't realize how effective it is in keeping the cold out and the warm in. And that's not all. We use it in everything from clothing to our hjords, and even for patching up wounds. Of course, we're more than willing to share it with the rest of the contingent. We also have a whole crate of what you might call warming stones in the common tongue. Hold one in your hands and you'll see what I mean. There are plenty of those to go around as well. That actually sounds great. Once again, these quests are far better. There's only 2 side quests for now, so I'd imagine there'll be more in the coming, with progressing the main story a bit further. Do the others have anything to share? Yes, that will do nicely. What's more, the Temple Knights, Maelstrom, and Alamegan Resistance had a fair few useful supplies of their own, so my list of creature comforts is a lot longer than I was expecting. In all honesty, I was worried that taking in all those Imperials might put everyone, including them, in a very unfavorable position. Even those of us most committed to the cause might find it hard to put the needs of our former enemies before those of our sworn comrades. A valid point, perhaps, until you stop to consider the terrible fate that has befallen Garlemald. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. In any case, they're the reason we're here in the first place, so it's our duty to lend them what aid we can. Listen to me ramble on. Anyway, for your part in making our lives a little more bearable, please accept this as a token of my gratitude. $525 necklace. Alright, let's see to these bears. Evelyn Rhyme. Oh, right, this is the music for the first time. Once again, a rather calm tune. The zone music so far, they're far less experimental, I guess, compared to Shadowbringers, but at the same time, they definitely have like a certain quality to them. Both sort of a calming, but at the same time almost foreboding presence. Is that like a highway or something? A broken one at least. I think so. Northwest. Where could that be? Demorum. Ludicrously massive bear. What the hell? What kind of description is that? West. Let's grab it. Oh, there it is. These are pretty imposing mountains, or mountain ranges. This does look like a highway, doesn't it? There also seems to be some kind of road beneath it, or is that a train line? I really like the idea of the Garleans sort of almost having the same technology as we have today, and just, you know, Eorzea, because they have magic, they just simply don't need it. Yeah, it's such a neat concept. I was thinking, to an extent, some of these parts here, especially with us, like with there being sort of weird deformed creatures here, and us being, you know, going into this foreign land, but also in, like, having these actual war scenes and everything, it did remind me a little bit of the last Hunger Games novel, which is, what was it called? Mockingbird is the second one, right? Or is that the last one? No, Mockingbird is the last one, right? Catching Fire is the second one, yeah. The last book in the Hunger Games series, that description of the capital with all its traps and everything, for some reason it did remind me a little bit of this place. I see you're still in possession of a full set of limbs, which can only mean the hunt was a success. Truth be told, I heard from others in the field that the bear you encountered was rather more lively than we'd anticipated, and a fair bit bigger. Yeah, it was ludicrously big. What? You felt that brute all by yourself? Most impressive. It would appear that the sleeping potion provided by Lord Emil... How's his name pronounced again? Amanale? Amanale? Marnayan? Whatever. Was considerably less effective than he'd led us to believe. Of course it was. As he tells it, he adopted this approach after incurring the wrath of his Lord Father for his inability to master more sporting methods. He spoke of his exploits with some pride, despite the tales hardly painting him in a favorable light. Still, in our present situation, we must forgo the thrill of the hunt, and select the means that present the surest route to success, underhanded through them though they may be. Regrettably, the bears of this region are entirely immune to the formula, or perhaps there was something wrong with it to begin with. In any case, no harm done, eh? To you, I mean, not the bears, obviously. Alright. Let's look at these ice fields then. I mean, I already saw them, like, a little bit, but... Well, that's the, like, oil platform that we saw in the trailers. Or I guess it's a cerulean platform? Oh, there it is. Wow. Good spot to survey the surroundings. Get a sense of where we are. So those are the ice fields, and then there's the, what I guess would be a cerulean platform. There's the destroyed highway. That does look a little bit like some sort of train station. And you can't even really see beyond. That's definitely a building there. The start of the capital, I'd imagine. It's interesting they have this piano tune. It has a little bit of the Coerthus theme in it, doesn't it? Like the Heavensward theme? Almost, but then it stops and becomes something different. It plays around with it, right? But it has similar themes. Or a similar... what's the word? Leitmotif? I guess it's not exactly a leitmotif, is it? It's definitely similar to the Heavensward Zone musics in Coerthus and others. The few buildings I can see don't appear to be residences. They may still warrant investigation, though. Why aren't there more buildings, by the way? It seems rather strange. I'm surprised by how many wild beasts there are roaming about the place. Perhaps now that the soldiers have gone, they're free to wander and forage as they please. Yeah, I wonder what this place looked like before. Right? I mean... I don't know. It doesn't even really look like the outskirts of a city. I spy with my little telescope a massive sheep thing. Or maybe it's a cow? Not what we're after, either way. Is that an ether current? Ah, no, just a wind sprite. What? Why are you looking for ether currents? Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. But, lo, yo, what do I see or yon hillock? There's no mistaking it. That's a girl. What the fuck is wrong with you? You're, I guess, I mean, Survivor, show me. Over there, behind the tree, so it looks like she's running away from something. Though surely not us. She wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. All I could tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress. A rather fetching one at that. She'll be long gone by the time we get anywhere near, but we should be able to follow her footprints. I'll let Lucia know where you're heading. Oh, and take these warning tinctures with you. Warming tinctures. The poor girl must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. That's actually very thoughtful, thank you. But won't you need some of yourself? For yourself? No, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less. And lest we forget, the very reason we are here is to protect those in need. Now go, and Godspeed. Okay. This is starting off rather interesting. Northeast would be over there somewhere. You are making loud footsteps. Footprints in the snow. A trail of fresh footprints lead east. East, you say? What is that? Is that a hunt rank? No. Overgrown rose. What the hell is that, and what is it doing here? Ugh, what sound is that? It's like squiggly, but at the same time it sounds like it's moving its mouth or something, or closing and opening its mouth. These footprints appear to be the same as those you saw previously, and they lead towards the building. Monitoring Station G. According to the label here, this place was used by those involved with extracting ceruleum. Would you please not gather here? I'm doing main story. Thank you very much. We're getting closer, I'm sure of it. At first, we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look to have been opened in some time. She might still be nearby, so we'll keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible that she ran right past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? That's quite far away. I mean, this really does seem like a desolate, place that's just cold and freezing. What was that? What was that sound? Oh, the girl in the green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. Were you to call out to her from this distance, it might attract wild beasts to your location. It would be safer to get closer first, but you must do so without drawing her attention. Okay. Follow the girl from safe distance. The objective will end in failure if you're noticed. He is running rather fast. What is she doing here? Must have been some time since people have lived here, correct? So I'm a bit confused as to why she's here. Whoa, what kind of AoE is that? The fact that she even is running through this field with all these monsters around? Yeah, then why are you running here through the cold between all these beasts if you're afraid that they're spotting you? God, their sounds are so weird. Where the hell is she going? Who's depending on you? Seriously? What? Okay, that I did not expect. I guess I try getting that. How the hell did that fail? Seriously? How was I supposed to know that she would even turn around at that point? I mean, I guess I could have known that there was something to the right. Wait, is that ether current even... That's probably atop the oil station thing. We'll get to that place later, I suppose. It's a bit weird that you can, like, retry these quests. I mean, obviously they can't really do it any other way, but it does ruin the immersion a little bit. But I guess I ran after her a little too fast, I think. I think she turned, like... She turned around so quickly because, I think I got too close or something like that. It is interesting, or, well, not really interesting, I think it's a bit strange. These quests appear to be a lot more realistic in terms of the distance that whoever you're following can survey, right? So she, like, this is quite far away in terms of video game surveillance missions, I think. Whereas when we were doing the mission with Thancred, you know, we were much closer to the different soldiers and stuff, and they still didn't notice us. I mean, I guess you could maybe explain it away because they were tempered and, you know, they're not in the right state of mind anyway. But still, it's a bit weird that they're so different in terms of the distance that whoever you're following can spot, or whoever you're attacking or whatever. Although I do like that they've done these missions fairly realistically in terms of, I mean, well, I guess realistic is a big word in this circumstance, but, you know, I mean, this could have been a lot worse. They're actually pretty well made in a lot of ways. Yeah, I hope they don't spot me. So I need to get over to that other side quickly. Or maybe not so quickly, because... I mean, she definitely turned around last time because I got too close, I think. Yeah. Although this is quite... Like, she turns around fairly quickly, I must say. Was that a train back there? Now she's sprinting a while. So I guess somebody's still living here? Phew, still in one piece. Oh. Okay. Are you Garlean? Yes, she is. That does not look like a dress suited for this type of environment. Who are you? Stay back. This house is packed with explosives. Take another step, and I'll blow this place sky high. Please, we just want to talk. I'm Alphino. This is my sister Alice, and our good friend. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the ones responsible for all this. You did this to us. We didn't, I promise you. One of the other reasons we came was to find out what happened here, in fact. The Telofroi are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald. They won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They're the enemy. Our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care. We are striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we've met who wasn't already enslaved. How are you able to escape the Telofroi's influence? And there are any others like you? Are there any? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? My name's Licinia. As for how I've managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question. Ever since that night, and the roar, that terrible roar, and then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure. I can't remember. What are you talking about? God, that music. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran past friends, people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs would take me. Do you have family here? Is this their home? No. This is Victor's Spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers. Or it was, but now me and a few others are borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. To be honest, I assumed that much. That wasn't the best ploy I've ever heard. I just wanted to keep everyone else safe. I didn't know if you were... The truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you're here to help. Can you? Of course. Whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I'd better tell the others first, though. Wait here. I mean, they did suffer a pretty bad fate, didn't they? This is everyone. It's a rather small band of people. The senior says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our home. Having said that, were you to provide us with means of heating the place, as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word. If that is too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark with a little magic, Alice, eh? We'll have a fire burning in no time. Maybe we built it under that gazebo. The what? Oh, you mean the bower? Yes, do as you will. I wonder how much they know about us. And because it almost seems like she's suspecting who we are to some degree. Obviously that would depend on how much they, as Garleans, know about the champion of Eorzea and some such. That music sounds like somebody's listening to radio. What? How the mighty are fallen. Sorry, I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all that running about, so I'll leave space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, they're in a far worse state than me. We're planning to look for somewhere warmer or with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health. Which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help me? probably. Supposed to be a mansion? Looks pretty, I don't know, dire. Don't they have, like, more windows in their homes? Sounds like they're actually listening to a radio. Well, I guess they are. What they need most is a decent meal. We've food back at the camp, but there's the distance to consider. What is that music? Is that like a Garlean singer or something? All's well, all's well, with food in my belly and a song in my heart. I can feel my fingers again. I can treat the frostbite and their wounds, but it will take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of Emmanuel Lane's tinctures, the ones that can warm the body from the inside out, to make sure everyone gets one. The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with a vengeance. Warming tincture? I've never heard of such a thing. No harm in trying. But tell me, have you heard aught of the city? Though calling it that seems absurd after what's happened. It's nothing but ruins now. A few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from wind and snow. Food production, water purification. The magitech that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. What machina that remains operational cannot be run for lack of ceruleum. Of course, Cerulean engines is full of the stuff. All the good it does us. No one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. All's well. Yes, never better. Oh, what sweet libation is this? Is it poison by any chance? 'Twas a joke, a joke. Fell off. 'Tis that I may not weep, so that said the poet. And alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fell. We're the blessed damned to bear witness to the fall of the great empire, while our brethren lie dead, or the honest puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar. When morning came, Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony of gunfire, explosions and screams was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the disheveled remains, or remnants. The lavish fiery caked in ash as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace, each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But he knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience preserved. Now I'll wait with my fellow cowards for our final judgment. That's a pretty bleak outlook. What you want? A tincture? May as well drink it, I suppose. That's ceruleum in the middle there. This? It's a radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it. You use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular. Made with quality components crafted with the finest ore. Sourced from Locus Ammonius, it is. Nor all that useful since the capital fell into ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like all the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music being played over and over again. Home beyond the horizon, an ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Ammonius. We may have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hoped to take back what was once ours. It is a solemn reminder that, though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varus yet lives, and that he speaks to us through our radios. It was a cunning strategy, faking his murder. Must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Yeah, buddy, I don't like to be the bearer of bad news, but that's not gonna happen. Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varus would not be defeated so easily. What's that? So this is what you gave the others. Thank you. I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Are you part of the group staying in Laterum? I saw Legatus Vergilius troops heading towards the Magna Glacius. Glacius? How did they pronounce that? Glacius. What, Glacius? A few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Camp Broken Glass, you called it. And Vergilia and her men are all there now. So how did you reach the Magna Glacius? Did you cross the mountains on foot? Airships? Then there might be a way to... Assinia, where is everyone? Is something the matter? A voice from inside, you say? You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby Almasty has found its way into the house. Wouldn't be the first time. Think she's protecting someone else, right? Without the soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some have been known to attack people, too. I've just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat the Legatus, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you have a mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tappers living there, people whose job was to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. I've already tried asking if they would share their fuel with us. They're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange, lots of food. And that's something we don't have and can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach their den, we'd have to make our way past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but there might be another way to pay the tappers. You'd best watch out for your baby almasties while we're away. Yes, of course. If I see any, I'll be sure to shoo them away. To reach Tepper's den, you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but if you'd rather not take the risk, you'll need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be a bit tricky too, so it's easier to just look for someone standing guard outside. However you decide to head there, please be careful. Alright. I think she's just protecting somebody else. Wasn't she speaking of her father or some such? These are pretty huge pipes of ceruleum. The broken train. Can we walk on top of the pipes? Well, I mean, there must be some way to reach the wind current, right? So let's look for that first. I mean, this ice looks a lot thicker than just supporting a person's weight, doesn't it? I mean, it supports the Yeti's weight, so... What are they called? Oh, those are the creatures. It's on top of the pipes, I think. Yeah. I should have jumped onto them. Is there another way to get up there? Probably not jump here. I hope you're not actually meant to run all the way along the pipe. Although I suspect I probably have to. There is actually no way getting up on this platform, is there? I guess let's do it this way. This is much quicker. I probably should have expected to have to jump onto the pipe. That's usually how they do. Well, it's actually not usually how they do these wind ether currents. It was how they were doing them at some point in the past. Yeah, whatever. It's not a big deal. It's not like it's taking overly long. I hope it does work, though. Let's see here. Yeah, it should, right? Namazu waddling along. I just realized that it's the snow that makes the pipes this white. Otherwise, they probably would look the exact same on the upside as they do on the downside. Interesting platform. I would have surely thought you'd be able to get up there. I mean, I guess you can once you can fly. Southwest. In that direction. It's not actually that far, huh? Those are weird monsters, aren't they? What are they doing here? Doesn't seem like a monster that would necessarily survive in a cold environment like this. Wait, this is actually a hunt. What? That's a B rank. Is it just bigger than the others, or why is that a B rank? To the west. Is it on top of a cliff? No. I do think I have to go around, though. Seems. Let's try this way. It's actually getting a bit later than I wanted it to be, but I'm not stopping now. At least I want to get back to camp. There it is. The next one will probably be quite far away. Yes, it will. To the north. Oh, right, that was the one that I discovered when I used it closer to the mansion, right? I think it said something around 200 yards north from that location. Burly Tapper. Who goes there? How did you find us? What do you mean I stand out like a sore thumb? The purebloods over there, Victor Spoils, hadn't given away our location, you'd never have found us. Those stuck-up arseholes. Thought they could come waltzing in here demanding ceruleum with nothing to offer in return. Looks like the boot's on the other foot now, the capital's gone to shite. So they've resorted to sending you to negotiate. I know your game, sellsword. They think we'll give you into intimidation. They've got another thing coming. Oh, wait, what? Oh, whoopsie. I forgot that that's AoE now. Bye-bye. There you are. Just after you left, the senior asked me to go and catch up with you, in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let slip that I have a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. That? I don't know if that's the brightest idea to leave Alfino behind. I mean, I guess he would be able to look after himself, but I don't know. So this is Tapper's den. Well then, after you. Pretty certain that Licinia actually does not fully trust us. Or rather, I don't know, has another plan in mind or something. Who are you? What happened to the guards? The Orzins and rebels here to save the people of Garlemald. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why in the hells would you pass up this chance to put those Imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess, none of you are Garlean? You were brought here from other lands. Garabania, Yangsha, Bosja, Damaska, to name but a few. Some dragged here against our will, others fed bollocks about a better life, all put to work extracting ceruleum. All given the esteemed title of An, placing us firmly on the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in New Garlemald, says we. But the only thing that's escaped more or less unscathed is cerulean ingots, still sustaining us, even with our paymasters out of the picture. We hear you are experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake. But how can you do that if it's frozen over? Ha! Wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if ceruleum is used for much these days, what with the city in ruins. We take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps stave off the cold, it does sort all about our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got ceruleum by the barrelful. If they're interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions we're willing to spare. We can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we managed to get back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us, thanks to the Empire. The knowledge and skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we're staying for the time being. As long as there's a need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by, even if Garlemald as we knew is gone for good. Gone for good? If you're wondering why we post guards outside, it's because we've had trouble with other refugees, and I don't mean the ones at Victor's spoils. Some of them come bearing weapons and won't take no for an answer. As for the 2 guards you met on the way in, I'll tell them what we've discussed. Once they're recovered from the beating you gave them. Come to think of it, maybe we should ask your contingent to send some bandages and healing balm. Yeah, sorry about that. So they're burning ceruleum, it seems. How the bloody hell did you find us here? And who are you? That's a heater, I suppose. Come here from across the ice fields, did you? Then we'd better hope you weren't followed by any of them crazed soldiers, or we're done for. Regardless of what the Ilsebard contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be a cause for celebration, while for others, their whole way of life will have been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best that it is consigned to history. But what of the ordinary people? Their lives, their stories? Should they be forgotten too? I suppose there'll be plenty of time to ponder that later. Now, let's see about getting some ceruleum. So that's 525 as well, yes. At the end of the trail. So, you've come seeking ceruleum, have you? What? Those purebloods up at Victor Spoils sent you. To turn to their enemies for help. They must be more desperate than I thought. Then again, Asinia's got her little sister to think about. Oh, well maybe she won't attack Elfino then. I thought it was her father or something. A sister? But we only saw Asinia and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever was ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there'd be any way to get it around here. I may have refused Licinia at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange, but I can spare them a bottle's worth of ceruleum. Consider it a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? I can't for the life of me think why Lucinia would keep her sister a secret from us, but we can ask about that after we've delivered the ceruleum. Come on, let's hurry back. I don't know the details, but she mentioned a sister 3 years her junior who's in poor health. That being the case, I thought her people would be willing to cough up some supplies in exchange for ceruleum, but maybe they didn't have anything after all. It's hard to tell sometimes, right? Let's cross the ice fields again. It's quite a good place for a mention, isn't it? I don't know. It seems so out of the way and overlooking a ceruleum plant, platform, whatever it would be called here. Not exactly the... I mean, I guess it depends. Maybe they consider it, you know, like a life energy or something. Maybe then that's actually a reward, being able to look over what's sustaining your life in this cold. So from here, it's still 378 yams. That person definitely didn't make it onto the pipe. Wait, so from here to the west. Wait. Isn't that where we were coming from? Ah, not entirely. I think. No, we were coming from over there. Still might be able to get that. My controller's batteries are already low again. I didn't really want to log out here though. I kind of want to get back to camp first. But I don't know how many quests are still here. I mean, I don't mind streaming a little longer, even though I did want to get up earlier so that I can get onto the server without longer queues. But I guess, I mean, everything before 10 AM should be fine on a Monday. This isn't right. It's too quiet. Would have thought Alfino would still be treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. I'll look inside the house while you search outside. They can't have gone far. I knew there was something wrong. Are they hiding somewhere? It's way too quiet, in fact. This is eerily quiet. Oh, what happened? What the hell? They asked me to help carry supplies. But when I followed them back here, they attacked me. Caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. I fear they fared rather worse than me. You can't fool us. We know what you're about. Vultures, that's what you are. Waiting in the wings for us to show weakness. Then in you swoop. Here to help, but rot. All a ploy to make us lower our guard. Let you in, put yourselves at your mercy. Put us in chains, steal our lands. Get your revenge. You're wrong. It's not what any of us want. Save the arguments for later. We've got a bigger problem. I found empty medicine bottles and a bed that was still warm. It's true. The senior was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now, there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours. If you think I'll tell you, you're a fool. Never give up my people. We're trying to help them, you idiot. Her sister's ill. The empty bottles prove it. So the medicine ran out, or she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry, or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them go alone? To protect them from you. You invade our homeland, tainted with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. Garlean should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee, keep their purity intact, and be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for a chance to free them, since the moment you arrived. This is getting us nowhere. I cannot say how the senior and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries, and theirs. I'll join you on the search after. All right. Be careful. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. I mean, I can understand that they would be very untrustworthy of us, not even because we're Eorzeans, but just simply by the fact that we are just people strutting up here, claiming to help them in this desolated land with only death surrounding them, basically. I did not expect them to be this, I guess, ingrained in their ways, but... 2 sets of fresh footprints. Young women, judging by the size. This is definitely them. Come on. Are they running back to the ice fields? What are they hoping to accomplish there? Was that a fate? Looks like it. Yeah, it definitely is. Guess they're trying to run to that cave? That would be weird, though. Or maybe, I mean, there must have been a reason why she was where she was before, right? Where we first spotted her. Maybe she's trying to get back to that place. The trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route so as not to leave footprints. Can't think of any other reason. Look at this place. It's crawling with beasts, and I can only imagine how hard it must be for her ailing sister to cross the ice. We could really do with Alphinaud's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. I mean, if they're on the ice field, then... see what that is. Empty bottle. Well, the medicine probably. Yeah, I think they're trying to run to that cave, isn't it? Aren't they? The empty bottle smells faintly of alcohol. The thin coating of dirt indicates it has been here for some time. It's unlikely to have any connection to the senior or her sister. Okay, never mind. This circle is very big indeed. Maybe they went to the platform? And there could be a good hiding spot. Oh. It's actually not easy finding these clues. I wonder where they could be. Can't see anything. Oh, I missed that. How the hell did I miss that? Oh, that was where the other person was just fighting something, I think. Fresh blood. That's a lot of blood. The blood staining the snow appears to be fresh. Judging by the amount, the victim may have been severely wounded. The trail of blood leads southeastwards. That looked like somebody was bleeding to death, not just severely wounded. Oh, I guess there's a bit of a cave here as well. Maybe just some shelter. There they are. They took the radio with them? The two bodies are already cold. They must have been wounded by beasts, I guess. That's why they were so severely wounded. It's nothing to do with whatever ailed her sister. They were attacked. This is just sad.
blood trail. We found one. They were attacked. No. Why? Why wouldn't they?
Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic.
No.
We should have... I should have...
It's not our fault.
We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold.
I mean, to be quite honest, this probably would have happened sooner or later anyway. Even if we hadn't been here, they would not have survived on their own.
I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there's something to the tale after all.
Or perhaps they've just been indoctrinated to the point of actually believing it. That is the sad thing, right? People will believe the strangest things.
I want to understand. So I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
Oh, that's where we buried them. Are the others still here? Well... I mean, I sense that something, you know, was off. And I expected them to, you know, attack us or something, but... that they would die simply because they ran away from us? The really, really sad part about this is that this is, you know, this is not fiction. I mean, of course, you know, this particular case is, but I wonder how many people, not only throughout history, but still today, die or suffer because they believe something that just isn't true. Or they believe someone that's making, you know, bold claims or promises. I don't know. It's, it is pretty incredible how they've portrayed that here, right? That sort of faith of any kind, you know, into a weird emperor or just a certain belief that some race will always do you harm or whatever else, that can, you know, lead to your death just because you're not open to the idea that something might be different to what you expect it to be or to what you believe in or learned. There must have been something we could have done. But what? Should we have never come here? Would they still be alive if we hadn't? I actually don't think so. There's just too much that could have killed them. I think they were pretty much doomed from the start, but you know, obviously it's a lot more I guess it's a lot worse to think about this because we actually could have helped them, right? Without us being here at all, they probably would have died anyways at some point, but now that we were here, there was an opportunity to help. And, well, not only did they decide not to take it, but they actively refused it. We have already caused enough harm here. Let us return to the camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them. Someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is make our report to Lucia and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. So let us linger here no more. Come. We're going back to the camp, eh? The west. Let's try to get that wind ether current before I return to camp. I suspect there's probably going to be plenty more side quests at the camp as well. This actually is a toppled train. These are train tracks then. Yeah. Wind ether current is at the station, actually. Is he waiting for the train, or what's that mob doing? Yeah. I wonder if it's up top or down below. Probably should have known. Let's grab it and then return to camp. Those are actual cars. It's quite unreal seeing that, right? Oh, it's literally in this building. I suspect the next one's probably going to be a lot further away. Well, not that far away, but to the north, so not going to grab that now. Let's actually return to camp. Well, interestingly enough, that was our truly first, I guess, sad moment. I mean, the cutscenes have been brilliant, right? And, you know, with the Heavensward music during the Vitra cutscenes and all that. Definitely plenty of space to tear up, but, you know, this was the first, like, proper death that we witnessed. This expansion. It feels like such a, I don't know, it's really incredible how they managed to pull off these different atmospheres in these places, right? Because we've been to desolate, snowy areas before, but they never felt this sort of devoid of hope, I guess. Let's turn in the quest and then that'll be it. And I'll start tomorrow with the side quests here. Forgive me for saying, but the three of you appear rather drained since your return. Is there aught I might do to be of assistance? Alice and Alphino tell me they have finished their preliminary search for survivors, but refrain from saying much more than that. Clearly, they are reluctant to provide details. Might I ask for your account?
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments, and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
That's actually something that I didn't think about. Yeah, we could just send him. True.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Popularis, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's Third Legion clashed with the First, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad.
So something else made them do it.
Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events of the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically.
Why was that again? That was because of Elidibus, wasn't it? In a way.
Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the Third Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvis is murdered.
Perfect stage for chaos.
And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the First Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
Pretty fucked up situation.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
Exactly.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory. And that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
Van Daniel.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor.
Yeah, that's the curious part that we're getting to now, right? What the hell did they do?
From that point onward, they have no memories. No recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers.
Glaciers.
But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varus giving them orders in their dreams.
Okay, that's the tempering part then.
May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
Tower of Babel. That's what they call it.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Varys spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
I mean, we're talking about Xenos and Thavnarian here. I'm pretty sure that both of them would have the means to just pretty much possess Varys' body, impersonate them, send whatever message over the radio or wherever they would send messages to, and then just simply go back into their normal body, right? Both should be capable of that as far as we know.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence.
What? Okay. Interesting. Radio waves? Help against that? Well, I guess, in this case, the radio probably... Well, it works similar to what we know as radios, but I would suspect that in this case, sort of, the waves that the radio emits or receives are probably close to, like, some sort of ethereal wave?
A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
Not coincidence.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
She did she do that on purpose, though? Would she have been able to recognize that?
My friends, I must speak with you. A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
Oh.
Who do we have here?
Garleans?
Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Again with the music.
Iulus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours.
What commander?
If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
I just hope you're not making the same mistake that you just did. Trusting that they won't, try to kill you, essentially. I'm going with you.
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
A couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
An interesting development. I wonder how they survived then. They also have a radio. Well, I guess we'll find out tomorrow, shan't we? Hey. I'm also getting fairly tired. I think I'll log out right here. Maybe not right here. It doesn't really make a difference either way, but let's just log out here, I guess. Yeah. So, this has been rather the eventful day. Stream's now running for almost 17 hours. I mean, I took a couple of smaller breaks in between and a lunch break, so I guess I played for about 16, close to 16 hours. And, well, I did manage to do some things. Not as many as I maybe thought I would be able to, but then again, it takes a while. This is a rather interesting point in the story. I really liked the Thavnarian bit. I liked especially the introduction and discussions with Vitra. Those were incredible because they finally referenced a lot that, well, we knew about, but it was never really brought to the forefront in discussions in game. That's mainly Midgard Sommer, when he arrived, and I guess what the first brood was talking about. Now my controller is finally empty. So, yeah, the whole Vitra thing was really, really interesting. And the first dungeon was cool. I mean, obviously it was weird and oppressive, right? The design of those towers is really quite... what's the word that I used? Unsettling, I guess, would be one. And... yeah, I mean, everything else after that was pretty spectacular. Us assembling this huge party of allied soldiers, and then traveling to Garlemald, the whole duty that followed. And now, being here, learning about the fates of the Garleans, what kind of struggles we face. That's going to be a very, very interesting thing to continue with tomorrow. And I think, I mean, obviously tomorrow's going to be a long day of Final Fantasy XIV as well. I am really interested to see how long it will take to get through this zone. I mean, obviously, I want to take as long as possible. I want to see every detail. I want to do all the side quests, obviously. But at the same time, I do wonder how much there is to discover here. Because I do suspect that the level 83 dungeon is in this place. I don't know whether or not it's going to be the tower, though. I mean, I wonder, I mean, eventually we're gonna go to the moon, correct? That we know, and there's gonna be quite a lot of really, really deep lore even after that, I think. So I wonder if this is in fact the level range when we deal with the towers. It's going to be interesting to see. Yeah. But I'll definitely be doing that tomorrow. It's been a very, very long day. I'm definitely tired now. It's just incredible. That's all I can say. The expansion so far has been really, really incredible. The amount of cutscenes, of voiced cutscenes, just everything that has happened has been really, really interesting to follow, and there's so many themes and things. Everything seems so much more grandiose than in Shadowbringers, right? So many more characters that are involved, so many more things that are happening, and still we have no idea, not even the faintest one, where this is leading to, right? There are... well, it's not even that there are many possibilities, it's simply that we don't know. It is so unclear as to what this is, and that's very exciting, right? You have absolutely no idea what this leads towards, and what will happen in the future, I guess. But yeah, with that, I think this is finally time to stop for today. Thanks for watching, and I'll see everybody tomorrow.